The warmest of welcomes to you indeed to the FIG Artistic Gymnastics World Championships taking place at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool. Liverpool, the city that has it all. Architecturally, one of the most diverse places in the country. 300 years of distinct styles side by side. A common purpose, a common standard, a common commitment to be striking, to be bold, to be beautiful, to be elegant, but to be different. A fitting metaphor, perhaps, for the 5 Apparatus finals that will take place one after the other on this, the start of the last weekend of competition at the M&S Bank Arena. The men's floor, women's vault, men's pommel horse, women's uneven bars and men's rings finals about to take place. But the question is this: on floor, whose tumbling will shake the foundations of Giles Gilbert Scott's beautiful cathedral? On vault, whose landings will be tighter than the locks that separate the Mersey from the sea? On pommel horse, whose lines will be straighter than the sharp and crisp Museum of Liverpool? Whose rings will be as perfect and as precise as the grass of Goodison Park? And on bars, well, it's simple. Who will fly higher than a liver bird? The warmest of welcomes to you indeed, wherever you're joining the action from today, whoever you're supporting and however long you've been watching artistic gymnastics. Ollie Hogben here, and it's a pleasure to have alongside me Blythe Lawrence. Blythe, it's a big day. There's a lot to come.
5 Apparatus and 5 gold medals up for grabs, Ollie. This is our chance to see many of the best from the team and individual all-around competitions once again in their elements and, in at least one case, introducing their own new skills. So we are in for a splendid day of gymnastics. Everywhere you look, you find the best of the best. A few things to keep an eye on as we begin. On men's floor exercise, the defending champion Nicola Bartolini of Italy is in contention for a repeat, but he faces stiff competition in the likes of Carlos Yulo of the Philippines, one of the most exciting gymnasts competing today. He won the title on floor in 2019, and he's come here with big upgrades. On women's vault, Jade Carey of the United States is going for her first world title on the Apparatus. But her biggest competition might be her teammate, Jordan Chiles. The two were 1-2 in the qualification.
And that's just a glimpse of what is to come. We're going to start with the men's floor final.
And as we have a look at the gymnasts preparing to enter, there is a late entrant in this floor final in Benjamin Osberger of France. He was the first alternate. He has come in for Zhang Boheng of the People's Republic of China, who has withdrawn from this Apparatus final.
The all-around silver medalist. The start list for the men's floor exercise final, and the top performer in qualification was Carlos Yulo of the Philippines, the world champion from 2019. We also have the reigning world champion, Nicola Bartolini of Italy. He was the 8th strongest in qualification. And we have the all-around champion from yesterday, Hashimoto Daiki. So if that is not an indication of what is to come, I don't know what is. Going to be fantastic entertainment. Great crowd gathered here in the M&S Bank Arena to enjoy these finals. The team competitions have taken place. The top 3 teams in the men's and women's events secured safe passage to the Olympic Games in Paris. The men's and women's all-around finals have also taken place. Now it's the turn of the specialists, and he is a right old specialist on floor. Look at that, 2 world champions exchanging a hug there. The 2019 and 2021 world champions, the last 2 world champions, and they're coming up against each other in just a matter of moments. But I think it was clear from the way that Carlos Yulo and Nicola Bartolini embraced each other that they have a great respect for each other's work. They're both artists, aren't they? They're both the creators of elegant gymnastics.
They certainly are, and yet their styles are completely different, and that's part of the beauty of Apparatus finals.
One of the other lovely things about Apparatus finals is it gives us the chance to actually dissect in more detail some of the routines. The pace is a little slower, and it allows us really to enjoy the minutiae of how it is you win an Apparatus medal. So we'll be going into greater detail on features of difficulty and execution than perhaps we have the luxury of doing in the team competition in the all-around finals. So let's just be really crystal clear for those of you who are newer viewers to gymnastics. You've got two scores, one that starts from the bottom and works up, that's difficulty, 0 upwards, no cap on difficulty, although it's not quite as simple as it sounds. Basically everything that you do within the confines of the code of points will get you points. Execution starts at 10, works downwards, the assumption being that everything you do will be just so, and every deviation from that will see you lose a small or large number of marks. And we'll look at exactly how that happens when we get started in a moment or two. It's Apparatus Finals Day 1. It's the penultimate day of competition at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool, and it begins now. Here are your 8 that have made it to the men's floor final.
Representing Kazakhstan,
Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan, third strongest in qualification. Beautiful gymnast on this piece.
Representing Japan, Ryosuke
Doi Ryosuke of Japan, the second strongest in qualification, part of the team that won the gold medal.
Representing Italy, Nicola Bartolini.
Nicola Bartolini of Italy, the reigning world champion on floor.
Representing France, Benjamin Osberger.
In as the first reserve, Benjamin Osberger, 21-year-old, has won floor medals on the World Cup circuit. Carlos Yulo of the Philippines, the world champion from 2019.
Representing Great Britain, Gianni Regini Moran.
Fourth strongest performer in qualification, Great Britain's Gianni Regini Moran.
Representing the
Youth
Republic
Olympic
of
champion
Korea,
on floor.
Ryu Sung-hyun.
The gentleman who was fourth at the Olympic Games, Ryu Sung-hyun of Korea
And
Republic.
representing Japan, Daiki Hashimoto.
And Hashimoto Daiki, who won the all-around title yesterday.
These are your finalists.
And I must correct myself because I said that Doi Ryosuke was part of the Japanese team that took gold. They took silver in the team competition. It was the People's Republic of China that won that one. Japan victorious in the men's all-around over the People's Republic of China. Here are the contenders for men's floor glory. We have the last two world champions, Nicola Bartolini and Carlos Yulo, in this final. Yulo, the 2019 world champion, was the top performer in qualification. The formats, as I'm sure many of you know, especially if you've been watching a lot of World Cup events over the course of the season, which are principally apparatus focused, is that the first four gymnasts will warm up, and it gives us a chance to look at the reigning world champion, Nicola Bartolini. A beautiful gymnast, known not so much for his difficulty, but for the clarity of his execution.
The way that he won the world title last year was really on his landings. He had the most precise execution of anyone in the field, and if he's able to do the same thing today, he will certainly be in contention to repeat.
And he comes in with the joint lowest difficulty of any of the qualifying athletes for this final. That is in stark contrast to Doi Ryosuke, 0.3 marks higher in difficulty than Nicola Bartolini, and with very good execution as well. He's a real contender, isn't he, this young man?
Absolutely so. He's got the difficulty and he's got beautiful execution, just like you said.
They want to stay within this 12 by 12 floor area. They step out of the centre square onto the red area. There will be.
And what a moment this is for Benjamin Osberger of France. The first reserve is coming without much notice. That won't trouble him, though, because he is a real floor specialist. He's done very well on the World Cup circuit, the regular season competitions, including winning the title in Bulgaria in the Varna World Cup. He won a bronze medal at the Paris World Cup just before this event, so he's been in good form. And we have a look at Milad Karimi, the third strongest in qualification. He's been an Asian Championship medalist on floor and also has a very good record of World Cup medals on the floor.
You can never overlook Milad Karimi.
We'll be referencing the gymnasts' qualification performances, but just to be really clear, it's a 0 start. So the qualification numbers will be interesting to look at, but they do not in any way contribute to what happens in this final, other than getting you into the final. The Apparatus finals begin here in Liverpool. It's the men's floor final to get us underway. We begin with Kazakhstan's Milad Karimi, the third strongest in qualification with a 14.733 score. He is an Olympian, and he was 5th on floor in Tokyo.
Eases himself into the routine with a stuck front 2.5 twist known as a Randy. Unfortunately, the fall will cost him a full mark. And once again, nicely recovered on the double twisting double tuck. In a final, the gymnasts all realize that they have to be completely precise on their landings if they are going to challenge for the podium. And on those 2 tumbling passes, it looked like he was just trying a little too hard to stick them. As a result, there was some under rotation, and he wound up falling.
He's a very well-regarded young gymnast, Milad Karimi. Very devoted to the sport. He's a student of education. He wants to be a teacher of physical education. He's been very highly thought of by his coaches for his entire career. His attitude, his determination, and he has his hands on his hips as regrettably that final just didn't go according to plan. We saw glimpses of him at his best.
He has several new tumbling passes in this routine as well, different elements than he competed at the Olympic Games. This first difficult tumbling pass is new for him, and it's new for many of the competitors that we'll see today.
That moment where you see the look on his face as he ends up in the supine position and realizes that probably this one has already slipped away. It's so immediate, it's so cruel, frankly. It's the nature of elite level gymnastics. There are some sports out there where you can have a shaky or a weak first 10-15 minutes and ease yourself into the contest and still turn out to be the winner, and gymnastics is not one of those sports. It is so immediate. All sports have their own challenges, of course. Looking relaxed, in good spirits after his team success, Doi Ryosuke. He's won 4 medals at the Asian Championships, Milad Karimi. He made 2 apparatus finals at the Olympic Games and was a top 15 performer in the all-around competition. So he's a very accomplished athlete. As is he. And we've focused so much on Nicola Bartolini, the team man, lately. It's nice to go back to the Nicola Bartolini we first really noticed as the floor specialist. Meanwhile, we're still learning about this 20-year-old from Okayama in the west of Honshu. Milad Karimi's score is 12.1. So he drops 0.3 of difficulty, and the rest is quite a substantial execution drop, as you would expect. Down 2.5 from qualification or thereabouts.
Representing Japan,
Doi Ryosuke from Japan. At his first World Championships, he won the silver medal on floor at the All Japan Apparatus Championships earlier this year. Very competitive field. He did terrifically to get onto the podium, and he was the second best performer in qualification with 14.766 here.
A calm double twisting double tuck to begin. And a 1.5 twist to a front double twist. And that's a 2.5 to a Randy. He's very efficient when it comes to twisting. His strength hold in the mana position. The step out of bounds will cost him 1/10 of a point in penalty.
It's so exciting when you see a great performer from the Junior World Championships graduate to the senior circuit. He was part of the team that won gold in 2019. He was also the all-around silver medalist, and he's looked every inch a big-time player at senior level in his first World Championships. Very exciting young athlete.
Gymnasts have to do on floor exercise sequences like this, the double twisting double tuck, where they do a double salto element. They also have to do twisting passes. His routine is constructed so that it emphasizes the twisting. That is clearly what he and his coaches feel he's best at.
I think that's a very interesting point that you make, that one should keep in one's mind throughout all of these apparatus finals, that there are certain requirements, but yet nonetheless there's a way to cater what has to be done in the routines to your own strengths as an individual. And they've done that effectively, haven't they, with Doi Ryosuke?
Very much so.
One suspects we'll see a lot more of him. How will this compare to qualification? Perhaps not quite as secure. 14.266, indeed, he's down by half a mark. Lower execution by 4/10 with that 1/10 of penalty. And sometimes when you've got people who are a little unsteady in a floor final and their execution scores are dropping, it opens the door for somebody like Nicola Bartolini. Here's the reigning world champion. The 26-year-old from Sardinia was the 8th strongest in qualification. His routine is generally not as difficult as others. If he hits the landings, he's absolutely in the game. At his best, he is mesmerizing.
Double front pike half out. That is the sort of landing that he had at the World Championships last year on all of his passes. A landing like that on the double twisting double tuck will cost him 1/10 of a point.
They're small, those features, but they are there and they will cost a little. Nothing there, though. Such a smoothness.
He imbues all of his gymnastics with a certain elegance. 2.5 twist to front layout, and once again, a small hop on the landing. Triple twist.
Lovely work on the hole from Nicola Bartolini. That's a real finals performance from him. Sharp in his execution, some stuck landings, a crowd that's roaring for him, for the reigning world champion, the first ever Italian man to win the floor world championship title. And he's really led this Italian men's team to such success. They so nearly had a medal in the team competition, their first for 109 years. They won their first ever medal at the European Championships. Let's look back at Nicola Bartolini.
This was a competitor's performance. Absolutely nothing wrong with his first diagonal. Note how he keeps his legs completely together in the tuck position of the double tuck.
This gymnast, a year and a half ago, came to the European Championships in Switzerland with only 2 international medals at minor World Cup events. And look at him now. 14.233 for Nicola Bartolini. He's in second place. His difficulty 3/10 lower than Doidioske, hence why he drops below him. Doidioske, clearly an admirer of Nicola Bartolini's work, as was the crowd. Benjamin Osberger of France, in as the first reserve. He's only 21, he made his European Championship debut in Munich. And this is his World Championship debut. Huge congratulations to him on his first final.
He's very young and very promising. At the first World Cup, where he won a medal on floor exercise, he was remarkable for his landings like we just saw on his double tuck. He can find the ground very well, and he's very clean in his form as well. When he woke up this morning, he did not think that he would be in the World Championship floor final. And so far, he is acquitting himself tremendously.
That is about as good as it can ever get for a reserve coming into the floor final. What a superb display from Benjamin Osberger of France. You wonder sometimes for athletes whether, and every athlete is different, whether it's better to have a long time to know you're going to be in the final, or actually to just have it thrown at you at the last moment.
What's very clear in this performance was how prepared he was to come in at the last moment and do a really good routine. In the warm-up, he did more of his tumbling passes than any of the other competitors in this final. He really seemed to be soaking up the moment of being out on the floor again.
it's easy to see why he's had such a good season internationally on the World Cup circuit, and how those World Cup events actually have really prepared him for a World Championships. That really is an excellent performance from Benjamin Osberger on the Strasbourg area. .14.233, still Doi Ryosuke holds on. Look at the gap between first and third at the halfway mark. We've got a very tight floor final going on. He can barely believe that he's just about managed to hold on. We have now a brief moment of pause. That's how we are at the halfway mark. Doi Ryosuke, the second strongest qualifier, leads by a matter of a few hundredths over Osberger and Bartolini. And again, we just must restate, Osberger is the first reserve, and at the halfway mark of this floor final, he's in the silver medal position. Wherever he finishes, he's given a tremendous account of himself. We wonder what sort of display we'll see from Carlos Yulo. 2 World Championship medals on floor, including the title in 2019. When he is at his best, his execution is among the finest of any gymnast in the world. He is variable. His difficulty is huge. He does take risks. Yesterday, Hashimoto Daiki was exemplary across every single piece. Translating that to apparatus success is not always a guaranteed thing, but he has proven he can win an Olympic all-around title and an Olympic apparatus title, so he is both an all-arounder and a specialist at the same time. A lot really can be said in the same vein of Gianni Regini Moran of Great Britain, who won the Youth Olympics all-around and floor title and vault title in 2014. So there are some very big competitors, contenders, still to come. And he's certainly one of them. Ryu Sang-hyun of Korea Republic didn't compete in the all-around competition, chose not to, is prioritising this final, and he was the 5th strongest in the qualification round. What's interesting about Carlos Yulo is that whether he's clean or not as a gymnast in his execution, his form is almost picture perfect. .22-year-old Carlos Yulo from the Philippines, the top qualifier, 15.266. His difficulty in qualification was 6.4, the highest that we saw.
Intricate pass to open up with 2.5 to front double pike. And just like we saw from Milad Karimi, he anticipates where the ground is, and it's not quite what he thinks. He opens up a little too early. And unfortunately, he sits down.
And there, a little reminder of what he is when he's at his cleanest and crispest, and it is joyous.
A triple twist side pass, something few other gymnasts are attempting.
Along with the landing that he sat down at the start, he's had a couple of quite big adjustments. There is enormous difficulty in the work of Carlos Yulo of the Philippines, and there is regrettably a sense of dissatisfaction on his face as he steps off the competition floor. He is beloved as a gymnast. There is so much attention on him at a World Championships. It was always going to be hard to match what he did in qualification because it was verging on gymnastic perfection.
Let's take another look at the first pass. The 2.5, very well done. And he gets good height to do the front double pike, but maybe not as much as he normally would. And that makes the landing far more difficult. This is double twisting, double layout, unusual because he performs both the twists on the second somersault. One and a half twist to front double full. As you pointed out, Ollie, adjustments on the landing that he normally doesn't need to make. Tremendous height on the 3.5 twist to end. Again, it's half a twist more than many gymnasts do.
13.3 for Carlos Yulo, who's in 4th position. And that means that the top 3 qualifiers have all gone, and they've all dropped marks quite considerably from qualification. It's there for somebody to take. Could it be him? Gianni Regini Moran of Great Britain, 4th strongest in qualification, 14.333. If he picks up that score, he'll go into the lead by almost 3/10.
Don't overlook him. Triple twisting, double tuck to begin. Two and a half twist to front layout to front 1.5. He's a gymnast who tends to make the difficult look easy. Double front pike, half out, quite late in the routine. He's got the difficulty. Handspring Randy, and he's not done yet.
Sometimes somebody has to grab the competition by the scruff of the neck and take the opportunity. And it might well be that Gianni Regini Moran of the host nation has done exactly that. As his friends and teammates from the GB squad and Ireland watch on. Let's look back at Gianni Regini Moran's compelling case to be a medalist.
What a tremendously athletic performance. 3 twists, 2 flips. Yes, he does take a step on the landing, but the difficulty of that is enormous.
His difficulty score in qualification was 6.2, the same as Doi Ryosuke, who leads at the moment.
This is the combined twisting pass. 2.5 to front layout to Rudy, or 1.5 twist. The highlight actually was really the last 2 to 3 tumbling passes of the routine. Many gymnasts open up with those same passes. He's got so much difficulty that he closes things out with them.
His teammates and friends thrilled. What will the score be for Gianni Regini Moran? Doi Ryosuke leads on 14.266. Then it's Osberger, then it's Bartolini, just a few hundredths behind. It's tight at the top at the moment, but this may change things. He's gone into the gold medal position. Gianni Regini Moran will be a World Championship medalist on floor. There are only 2 to go. He has at least secured a bronze. What a performance from the man from Great Yarmouth. A nod of the head, an acknowledgement from Doi Ryosuke that he has been bested. 2 to go. Ryu Seung-hun of Korea Republic. 5th strongest in qualification. He was 1 place away from a medal at the Olympic Games.
Double front pike half out, but a fairly sizable hop on the landing. He too is a gymnast who emphasizes twisting over doing double saltos. 2.5 to front layout.
The final is getting very interesting now. Ryu Sang-kyun of Korea Republic, the 20-year-old. Korea Republic yet to win a medal on floor at the World Championships. The leader is Gianni Regini Moran, then Doi Ryosuke. But this youngster has had such a difficult life and difficult family circumstances to get to where he has done. His father has given so much for him. Worked as an air conditioner repair technician, as a construction site worker. He used to buy boiled eel to feed Ryu when he was home from training. Then he didn't have enough money after he'd fed his son. When he was living alone, he would eat just rice and cabbage to do whatever he possibly could to ensure that his son had what he needed to train as an elite gymnast. For Ryu, his family, those closest to him, are with him every time he steps on that competition floor. 14.2, he's very close to the podium. Again, just look at that gap. He's still very young, he's got a lot of time on his side. He has got at least a silver medal to match the best ever performance by a British man on floor at the World Championships, and there's only one to go. Doi Ryosuke is guaranteed a medal. Will another Japanese gymnast join him? It's Hashimoto Daiki, who scored 14.466 in qualification, just below Gianni Regini Moran. Here is the world champion in all-around gymnastics from yesterday.
And here is his brand new tumbling pass, triple twisting, double tuck. In the all-around competition, he started on floor exercise, and it was really where he took command of things. One does have to wonder, though, after performing this floor routine 3 times successfully in the qualification, in the men's team final, and in the all-around final, whether he is not feeling a bit of fatigue. It's a lot to ask, even for a gymnast known as Mr. Infinite Stamina.
Completing the floor final, Hashimoto Daiki of Japan, and he has reason to smile because he was the star attraction yesterday as his teammates watch on, having played their part in a wonderful women's team competition. Now the wait for Gianni Regini Moran, Doi Ryosuke and Benjamin Osberger who are currently on the podium. A reminder, Hashimoto scored 14.466 in qualification.
What a competitor. His chest is a bit low on the landing of the opening pass, but he does not give much away in terms of landing deduction, maybe a 1/10 of a point.
And he did score higher in the all-around final. He scored 2/10 up on qualification, 14.666. There's a very nervous atmosphere in the building right now.
This could be very close. He takes deductions on a couple of his landings, but not on that triple twist to close.
He won the rematch with Jang Bo-heng yesterday. Where's he going to be? 14.5. Hashimoto Daiki is delighted to pick up a silver medal. And for the first time ever, a British man is the champion of the world on floor. His name is Gianni Regini Moran. And there was a time when he thought, and many thought, he would never do gymnastics again. So bad were his injuries. So tough was the rehabilitation. From Youth Olympic Games gold on floor in 2014, 8 years later, he's taken the World Championship title. He's waited and waited and worked, and he is rewarded. And he's as tough as they come, is Gianni Regini Moran. A first host nation gold medal at these World Championships, and well done to Hashimoto Daiki after all of his exertions in the team and the all-around to take the silver medal, and his teammate Doi Ryosuke the winner of the bronze. And we must just take a moment to acknowledge young Benjamin Osberger of France, the first reserve who ended up a matter of hundreds away from taking a medal. That's a brilliant performance from the young man from France. The classified results in the men's floor competition. Doi Ryosuke and Hashimoto Daiki, both of Japan, taking bronze and silver. Gianni Regini Moran of Great Britain becomes the first British man ever to be world champion on floor. And very much a commendation to Benjamin Osberger as well. The women's vault final will get underway shortly. And what a dramatic and exciting start to our Apparatus finals coverage on this, the penultimate day of competition at the World Gymnastics Championships in Liverpool. And evidence really in that first final of just how much can change from qualification. We have just witnessed the fourth best performer in the preliminary round taking the World Championship title. And it can sometimes happen. The top qualifiers are not quite as strong. Sometimes they drop hugely. Sometimes they just make little execution errors here and there. And somebody needs to step forward and take control, and that's what Gianni Regini Moran did. We head to our second of 5 finals. The women's vault competition begins now.
Representing
Apparatus of Israel in as the first reserve. 19-year-old who competes at the Olympics. Colin Duvillard of France. Third strongest in qualification and a European champion from 2017. Yo So-jong from the Republic of Korea, the reigning Asian champion and bronze medalist from the Olympic Games. Team bronze medalist Ellie Black from Canada, the sixth strongest in qualification.
United States of America, Jordan Childs.
Second strongest qualifier and team gold medalist Jordan Childs from the United States of America.
United States of America, Jade Carey.
The top performer in qualification, Jade Carey from the United States of America.
Representing Belgium,
Team gold medalist
Lisa
Valen of Belgium. Eighth strongest in qualification, possessor of a very good first vault.
Shoko Miyata.
As is the case for Miyata Shoko of Japan, eighth in the all-around competition and the silver medalist on vault at the Asian Championships. The finalists in the women's vault competition, with the top two performers in qualification being from the United States of America. The second strongest, Jordan Childs, will be followed by the top performer, Jade Carey. And the United States of America has a well-earned reputation for producing phenomenal vaulters. Who might challenge them? On 6 occasions, an American woman has been the vault champion of the world. But there are plenty of other contenders. And Lihi Rats has come in as the first reserve in this vault final, as Jessica Gadirova from Great Britain is not competing. Having a look there at the 19-year-old, who was actually born in the United States of America, but represents Israel, has competed at the Olympic Games for them. She was the first ever woman from Israel to win a medal at the European Championships when she won a bronze on floor in 2020. Bronze medalist at the Olympic Games, Yo So-jong of Korea Republic, wonderful vaulter from a great vaulting nation and indeed a great vaulting family. Her father, Hong Chul, a silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Atlanta in 1996. Ellie Black of Canada, who led the team to an extraordinary bronze medal. Canada qualifying for the Olympic Games in Paris. She was also fifth in the all-around competition, Ellie Black. And she is a very experienced vaulter, well, very experienced everything. There is a great vaulter, and how fabulous it is to see Colin Duvillard of France back in a World Championships. Between 2017 and 2021, she missed a lot of competition. But she is a European champion from 2017 and a silver medalist from 2019. So let's just remind ourselves of some of the mechanics of vaulting and exactly what it is we are about to see.
So vault is judged on 3 phases. There's the pre-flight, which is everything that happens before a gymnast's hands touch the table. There's what they call the repulsion phase, where they look at what happens while the gymnast's hands are on the table, staggered hand placement, bent arms, that kind of thing. And then there's the post or second flight, which is everything that happens after the push-off from the table. The gymnast will be judged on things like deviating from a straight direction, body alignment, how stretched and extended are they piked? Under rotation, and distance from the table will also be taken into account.
We'll be scrutinising the difficulty scores from qualification and looking at where there's real opportunity for some gymnasts to put themselves into contention. You sometimes find in vault finals that a gymnast who's qualified quite high up is fighting something of an uphill battle to actually stay in contention, because there might be a couple of gymnasts lower down who've got a lot more difficulty in store but perhaps didn't have as secure a landing. If they manage to hit those vaults, then the whole thing could change quite dramatically. And then there are occasions when actually it is the very secure gymnast with the slightly lower difficulty who manages to get onto the podium. In terms of degree of difficulty, Jade Carey of the United States of America naturally is the gymnast who leaps out with the most complicated vaulting. We are moments away from beginning this women's vault final. Go. The last moment of calm for all of these gymnasts before it begins. Lihi Hlatz from Israel, the first reserve and the reigning national champion. Very low landing. Mercifully, she's up quickly and looking okay after that double twisting. Yurchenko didn't quite come down in the right place.
We often talk about block off the table, the push through the shoulders that a gymnast needs in order to really get up into the air and set up a twist in order to make the landing. She has a very weak block on this vault, and as a result, she's quite low and really has to rush the twist.
Even to an experienced vaulter like her, it can happen. She's had enough success at national level to know that that vault is one that she can do in a very accomplished way. She had a great summer, won the all-around and all of the apparatus titles at the Maccabiah Games, a very important event for Israeli athletes. And she also has won 2 all-around titles in a row at the national championships. 12.133 for the first vault for Lihi Hlatz, so she's down by around a mark and a half from qualification. Second vault in qualification had a 4.4 difficulty score, so 0.6 lower.
The second vault, she'll come onto the table in a different way. Very nice full twisting Sukahara, well controlled and well landed too.
What a lovely vault from Lihi Hlatz. Nice that her unexpected place ultimately as a reserve, we have to remember, in this vault final has ended well.
this is a really nice moment for gymnastics in Israel as well. She becomes the second consecutive vault finalist in 2 years at the World Championships. Ophir Netzer, a 6th place finish last year in Kitakyushu.
And it was Netzer that she had to step in for at the 2019 World Championships, when Kratz's performance was so strong it actually earned her a place at the Olympic Games. It has been a good spell for the sport in Israel, and she made her mark on the European Championships when she became the first ever Israeli woman to win a medal at continental level. .599 is the average score for Lihi Raz. 13.066 for the second vault, much more secure. From Saint-Vallier in the southeast of France, but based in Paris, Colline de Villars, the European champion from 2017, an excellent vaulter, and the third strongest in qualification. Much will depend on the cleanliness of this first vault, which is her most challenging.
In a word, this performance is explosive. Handspring front 1.5.
And she's done well with that vault. We haven't seen her a lot internationally of late. She returned at the Paris World Cup, a very special event for the French gymnast, to take vault bronze.
She has wonderful height and amplitude on this handspring, Rudy. Excellent push through the shoulders. Her heel drive is exceptional as well. And this carries a difficulty score of 5.4. So it is one of the most difficult vaults in this final. Really good body position, extended almost all the way throughout, just slightly piked right before she hits the ground.
.433 in qualification. She was the second reserve for the last vault final at the World Championships. That will do very nicely. 14.5 for her first vault. Up a fraction from the preliminary round. Now to the lesser difficulty vault, but still a complex vault. The second vault, the double twisting Yurchenko, that was the first vault that we saw from Lihi Raz.
Although it has less difficulty associated with it, sometimes for Colline de Villars, this can be the harder vault for her to execute well.
And today she's executed it well. She's executed both well, and she is in the picture early on in this women's vault final, and that will make a lot of people extremely happy. She's a really popular figure in the gymnastics world.
So it was 14.299 her qualification.
You talk about all the things that she's overcome, the injuries, the waiting, and she has come to this World Championship looking and vaulting better than maybe she has in her entire career. It's wonderful to see.
There's no doubt that this will send her into the lead. She is out of bounds as she lands.
Yes, she's slightly offline. And once again, slightly piked in body right before she lands. But overall, a very nice job.
C'est cool. C'est fait.
14.166. The second vault, 13.833, and Colleen de Villard goes into the lead. So she's down by just over a tenth from qualification, but a good display.
Our next vaulter represents the Republic of Korea. She was third on vault at the Tokyo Olympics.
An absolute specialist on vault, Yo So-jong. 20-year-old from the Seoul capital area of Yonggin-si, and the Olympic bronze medalist from Tokyo. She's also the reigning Asian champion.
And this should be a handspring Rudy as well.
Oh, she's very, very compressed as she lands, and straight back up, and seems not too worse for wear as a result, but there's enormous complexity in that first vault, isn't there?
There is a reason why it carries such a high difficulty score.
Heels driving up.
And just like we saw from Lee Hee-rat's, she doesn't have the push through her shoulders to get the height that she needs to complete the twist on time.
It's a shame. Going again for the difficulty.
And yes, the floor comes up quickly.
One shot at this World Championship potential to medal.
You just worry so much in a situation like that, with that sort of angle of landing. And all one hopes for is that the gymnast is firstly okay, and secondly that they're assessed properly after the conclusion of the vault, and that it is safe for them to continue.
She scored an average of 14.249 in qualification. And she has scored 12.666.
12.666, the score for the first vault for Yo So-jong. Down quite away from the 14.366 she scored in qualification. She was the fourth best overall.
Please welcome second vault, Yo So-jong.
Now to the second vault, which had a higher execution score in qualification, lower difficulty.
Oh, and a beautiful recovery with the double twisting Yurchenko. Good for her.
Incredible vaulting there.
And that was a reminder of the high quality of vaulting that she has demonstrated for so much of her short career. She's still only 20, Yo So-jong.
After a fall, it's always nice to see a gymnast come out and do just a clean, quality vault like this. Great landing, too.
Yes, what an improvement there, the overall view of that. Double twisting Yurchenko, locking her feet together, good form in the air, very central landing.
This time she does get the appropriate block off of the table, and look at the difference it makes in allowing her the time she needs to complete the twist. Tidy form as well, legs totally together, good extension.
What a remarkable family. Father and daughter, both Olympic medalists on vault. It's an extraordinary legacy. There is your leader, and she will remain so. Much better second vault, 14.033 for a 13.349. Yo So-jong goes into the silver medal position, and we have one more to go before the second group of competitors warms up. Ellie Black of Canada, part of the team that won Canada's first ever women's bronze, women's medal, I should say. Sixth best in qualification.
Her signature vault. Handspring front layout with a full twist.
A very clean first vault
Isn't that a vault of good quality to get the final underway for Ellie Black, the 27-year-old from Halifax in Nova Scotia?
It's really secure and really consistent. She's done this for years. But I don't know if I've seen her do it better in terms of landing.
The judgment of the angle of landing is spot on, isn't it?
Lovely. And an interesting fact, Ellie Black is the only gymnast in this final whose second vault actually scored better than her first in qualification.
Her list of accomplishments internationally is quite eye-watering, particularly at the Pan American Games and the Commonwealth Games. .2 is the score for that vault, and that's the best vault score she's produced in terms of qualification and final. And now to the second vault. And she's changed, it looks as though, the order around from qualification. A very good vault final from Ellie Black of Canada. Goodness, listen to that reaction for her. Such a popular gymnast worldwide.
Good luck.
And if you think she's popular among the fans, you should hear how the gymnasts talk about her, because she's even more popular among them, if that's possible.
This second vault is a Sukahara with 1.5 twists. Once again, very stable. In the repulsion phase, she did have a slight leg separation. And she's not quite as extended as she might be. A slight bend of the legs in the second flight too. But those are small, small details. Overall, both vaults were excellent.
She certainly has won the argument about difficulty versus execution. She's gone into second place. 14.116. That is very close, just behind Colleen de Villars. 14.033 for the second vault. Ellie Black's vaults closer together in score. De Villars a much higher first vault score. And it makes for a narrow lead. Very narrow lead. 0.05 of a mark. And then there's real daylight between second and third place. And the expectation would be that things will change, because we have got the top 2 qualifiers to come one after t'other in the second half of this women's vault final. Well, it is clear that the United States of America knows how to prepare for a vault competition. But there are some interesting surprises elsewhere. A great surprise was at the Olympic Games last year when Lisa Vahlen stepped up and produced a first vault that turned everybody's heads.
When she debuted her handspring Rudy at the Olympic Games, everybody's jaw just went to the floor because it was so good, and nobody really saw that coming. And the performance that the entire Belgian team gave at the Olympic Games, well, few people saw that coming either.
And while we continue talking about things that few people saw coming, the performance of Japan in the women's team competition and the standout individual for them, it feels almost cruel to pick a standout individual in such a strong team effort, was Miyata Shoko, whose double twisting Yurchenko is absolutely beautiful.
She is one of the few that we've seen in this competition to really stick her vaults, and she did it more than once.
Jordan Childs, team gold medalist, World Championship debutant, and she just recently picked up a silver medal on vault at the Paris World Cup, where Jade Carey won the title, having won the national championship on vault in August, returning to elite level competition after heading to Oregon State University to begin her undergraduate studies and to enjoy a collegiate career. They might be enjoying hearing their national anthem later on if all goes as the qualification suggests it might. A loyal band of American fans who follow these gymnasts to all of the major competitions. I'm sure there are some folk there that you recognise, having watched World Championships over the years, and how the fans love being back at World Championships after obviously a period of not being able to do that. It was a different sort of World Championships in Kitakyushu last year without visiting spectators. Still a wonderful World Championships, but there's been that return to the community feel of gymnastics this year.
And the gymnasts themselves have remarked on how much it lifts them up to have crowd support. Today, the M&S Bank Arena is full.
And there has been such enthusiasm for the behaviour of the Liverpool crowd from the gymnasts of all nations. Jordan Childs has such delightful execution on vault. Her difficulty is not enormous by the comparison one might make to others, but her execution is among the finest in the world. Here she goes.
Her technique on this double twisting Yurchenko can be second to none.
Oh,
beautiful.
Dear, oh dear. I mean, there is how you earn a high execution score. That was delightful. That's an elegant piece of vaulting.
Gosh, where to begin? Just look at how straight her body is, how straight the legs are, completely together, wrapped into a really tight twist. And it's the landing, though, that really gets you. The chest position, straight up and down, and just the smallest of hops. Wonderful work.
How is it possible to perform a double twisting Yurchenko the same way that a rhythmic gymnast performs a pirouette? It's so balletic.
She proves that it's possible. Balletic vaulting, it's a thing.
Clearly it has to be the highest execution score we've seen. The judges know exactly what they're doing. 14.5. A 9.5 execution score. Brilliant. Now to the lesser difficulty vault by 2/10. This was slightly lower in execution in qualification, only by a single tenth.
But just like the first vault, this has capacity to be elegant and airy. Oh!
That is sensational. A masterclass in execution from Jordan Childs of the United States of America. Two beautifully delivered vaults. Let's look at this again.
Completely different entry, round off, half onto the table. But once again, amplitude, extension, and grace.
She's one of those gymnasts who floats to the ground on vault. It's that sense of control. You know that she is fully aware of where the ground is, and she is bringing herself to the ground. The ground is not meeting her.
And she, too, has benefited enormously from a season competing for the University of California at Los Angeles. In the NCAA, the key thing on vault is the landing. And so it has helped her potentially to be even more precise. And that could make a huge difference in this final.
She surely will go into the lead. She has done. 14.35 for Jordan Childs. Execution up on both occasions in qualification. Appreciation coming from Colleen de Villars, who immediately, in real evidence of the spirit of gymnastics, starts to call out encouragement to the next gymnast competing. Jade Carey of the United States of America, top performer in qualification, and her first vault has 2 extra tenths of difficulty on anything that we will see in this final.
This is a Cheng, round off, half on, 1.5 twist off.
Oh, this is a Cheng. And what a Cheng from Jade Carey of the United States of America. And once again, we are reminded of the continued excellence of the American women at the vaulting table.
The Cheng, named for Cheng Fei of the People's Republic of China, who performed this vault beginning in 2005, if memory serves. For years, she was the only one in the world doing it consistently, and it is still regarded as a remarkably difficult piece of gymnastics.
So powerful, so accomplished. Known for her full tumbling and vaulting. Great stuff.
The leader.
Come on, Jade, one thing at a time. Let's go.
Second place.
When it comes to her execution score on the Cheng, it might not be as high as what we saw from Jordan Childs on her first vault, that enormous 9.5. But the difficulty...
And there is exactly the point you were making, Blythe. 14.733 for the first vault. And the difficulty cushion used to its fullest.
But the difficulty, oh, the difficulty.
And so to her second vault. Lower difficulty vault.
Double twisting Yurchenko.
Oh, the travel on that vault. The distance from the table. And there is no doubt about it. There will be an American woman at the top of the leaderboard, and even Jordan Childs stands to give that one the applause it deserves. Amplitude abounding in this vault. She has twice taken a silver medal on vault at the World Championships.
Once again, technique that is just second to none. A block that is so high and beautiful. Effortless looking gymnastics.
I mean, that really is one of those barely still in the building sort of vaults. How much power she gets into it.
Just to slow down the rotation and control the landing. Central as well, right in the centre of that landing area. Super second vault.
She didn't have the easiest time of things at all on vault at the Olympic Games. Rebounded to win the floor title, and she may be about to win the World Championship title on vault. She goes into the lead, 14.516. The average score, 14.3 for the second vault. Jade Carey has 0.166 over Jordan Childs. Colleen de Villars is in third position with 2 gymnasts left. And they are the 8th and 7th highest qualifiers, respectively. Lisa Varlen of Belgium has 2 very different vaults. The first is much more difficult. And when she delivers, that first vault, with that degree of quality, she makes herself a contender.
That was just excellent.
Great start for Lisa. She was fourth on vault at the recent Paris World Cup.
Great approach. Handspring, good block. Plenty of time to get the 1.5 twists around.
5.4 the difficulty value.
Slightly piked in her body alignment. There will be a small deduction for deviating from the stretch salto position. But we can't overstate how complex a vault this is. And she did that so well.
She is just 18, Lisa Wahlen. Competed at the Olympic Games. And she was 4th at the European Championships on vault.
And she was 8th in qualifications, scoring 13.499. And she scores
14.266, that is way up from qualification. Now, what's interesting about her second vault is that she immediately finds herself 6/10 behind Colleen de Villars, and therefore the execution of this is absolutely paramount in order to challenge.
She needs a wonderful landing.
It was a good landing. It may not quite be enough for Lisa Wahlen, but undoubtedly the makings of a truly world contending vaulter are there.
And this is great experience as well. Sometimes the victory is not whether you wind up on the podium, but it's just going out there and hitting your routines. That's exactly what she's done.
And the last thing that anyone wants to see in a vaulting competition is a gymnast producing 2 difficult vaults, one of which they are not fully in control of. It's a step-by-step process. It must be, if coached correctly, a step-by-step process to increase difficulty rather than taking gambles. Our colleague from Dutch television, the experienced Celine van Herner, I asked her, how do you know you're ready to do something in competition? She said, if you wake me up in the middle of the night, I can do it. That's how I know. Otherwise, it should not go out onto the competition floor. It has to be something that I feel I can do every single time. .13.733, the average for Lisa Wahlen. She's in 5th position, and she's getting better and better every time we see her. To the last gymnast in the vault final. We have learned so far at these World Championships that Miyata Shoko of Japan, the 18-year-old from Kyoto, has a beautiful double twisting Yurchenko. Let's hope we see it now. She really is exciting, isn't she? The vault silver medalist at the Asian Championships and a hugely popular addition to this World Championships lineup at her first time on the big stage.
She is a star in the making, and she's shown that she is able to handle the big occasion. That double twisting Yurchenko is pretty much exactly what she did in the qualification and the team final and the all-around final. We very rarely see a landing like that in elite gymnastics today.
2 rotations.
There are some small things to clean up. She begins her twist during the repulsion phase. That will be a small deduction. And she could be a little bit straighter with her legs during the second flight. But these are small things that she'll go back to the gym and work on.
It will be interesting to see how it compares to the 9.3 execution score from qualification.
Liverpool, just a reminder, please no flash photography can be very distracting to our gymnastics. Turn or flash off on your phone or camera.
.066, the execution not quite as strong as qualification for the reasons that my colleague just mentioned. The second vault from Miyata Shoko. And thus concludes such a great debut at World Championship level for Miyata Shoko. We hope that we see so much more of this young gymnast in the future. There is an energy, a vivacity about her gymnastics, but there's also a real technical precision.
What an excellent pair of vaults. The second is the Sukahara with 1.5 twists, and once again, her ability to find the ground and stick the landing is extraordinary.
Successful final for her, whatever the score.
And we're going to see her in the balance beam final as well, where she was an extremely good performer. .999, the average for Miyata Shoko of Japan. She finishes 5th. Very credible display from the 7th strongest qualifier. But for the first time ever, Jade Carey of the United States of America is the world champion on vault. Jordan Childs of the United States of America wins the silver medal, and there are tears in the eyes of Colleen de Villars and probably many of her supporters, for after all that the French athlete has endured, she has made it onto a world championship podium and taken bronze.
You're good, you're good. Okay.
And it looked as though that her fellow gymnast was thrilled to see her on the podium as she was to see herself there. What a nice moment as they are all photographed together, these World Championship finalists on vaults. And Jade Carey continues to justify her reputation as one of the great gymnasts in the world today. The classified results in the women's vault competition: the bronze medal to France's Colleen de Villars, silver and gold to the United States of America, Jordan Childs and Jade Carey. And in just a moment or two, we will bring you 2 victory ceremonies before the action continues here in Liverpool.
Christian, what a vault final we've just had. What do you make of it?
Well, it's fantastic. Obviously, we've got some of the best vaulters in the world here competing. You know, we've seen a variety of different vaults, variety of different entries to the vaults, different somersaults, twists, landings, etc. So, yeah, it was very, very exciting vault final. And to see the Americans there 1 and 2 in the podium, I think that shows the strength and depth, you know, that they have in the numbers. Back home as well, I should imagine that it's very, very competitive, not just on vault, but across the other apparatus. So, yeah, very, very interesting. And obviously, as well, France picking up the bronze medal as well. So, great job by all the gymnasts in that vault final.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We did see a couple of falls, and I think that just demonstrates how hard this piece of equipment is. You were a great vaulter. Can you talk about the difficulties involved in vault?
Yeah, I think sometimes the difficulty with vault itself is over in such a short space of time. Doesn't really give you much of a chance to think about what you need to do. It's more about trusting, you know, your training and your muscle memory. And then obviously, depending on how that first vault goes, well, you then have to reflect on that as you walk back down the 25-metre vault, which can sometimes feel like a lifetime. And if that hasn't perhaps gone the way that you wanted it to, then, you know, how do you have that sort of mindset to pick yourself up, to go again, to make sure that you can go out there and deliver a successful second vault. Likewise, if you have a very successful first vault, then again, you sort of sometimes can be playing in your mind around, okay, what if maybe there's a chance for a medal here? So it can be quite a difficult apparatus, and I do think that sort of the mental gymnastics that you have to do probably is at its most, I would say, on the vault. Yeah,
I agree, and there's such a force coming down when you're push off that table as hard as you can, and then you're coming down at such a force. Can you talk about some of the preparations involved, strength and conditioning-wise, to prepare for vaults of such a level?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these sort of vaults that the ladies just performed there, that's not something they would have done overnight. That's sort of years and years in preparation and training to not just be able to learn the technical elements of it, but actually to be physically strong enough to, you know, get the lift off the vault, to prepare themselves for landing, to then, you know, sort of take on the forces within the landing as well. So there's so much at play. And part of that will be, you know, their day-to-day training, which is conditioning as well, making sure, as I said, that their body, their muscles, they're as physically prepared as they possibly can be. And then with that, obviously, you need to be able to do that multiple times. It's not just about the one-off that you've seen here today. They need to obviously build that volume up in training, maybe do that vault 5, 6, 10 times perhaps in a training session, just to make sure that they've got that muscular endurance as well. So, as I say, it's, you know, very technical. It's obviously very demanding on the body as well. Not just the impact on the vault table, but also the forces that go through the body on the landing as well. So, just absolute phenomenal strength from the vaulters that they performed today.
Yeah, it really was great, and it's only the top 8 that make these individual apparatus finals, so it's just a huge achievement to just be out here representing your country in an apparatus final. Liverpool, we are just moments away from our first presentation here, so stay in your seats or quickly grab your snacks and get ready to cheer on our medal winners so far. We hope you're enjoying it. Are you enjoying it?
No way.
That's what we like to hear. We'll be back shortly.
Check your pockets. What do you mean? Well, that's where it might be. You can't find something. suddenly I was like, well, the camera has to be there. I was like, this feels a bit weird.
The medal ceremony for the men's floor final is about to commence. Please welcome our medalists and presentation party into the arena.
The medal ceremony for the men's floor competition. A moment of history has been made at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool. A first ever victory for one nation in this event. For so many years, the Japanese have been the masters of men's floor exercise, and two of them are on the podium once again at the World Championships. But on this occasion, they were outperformed by the first British gymnast ever to win the men's world title on floor.
Presenting the gold medal, Ali Al-Hitmi, Vice President of the International Gymnastics Federation. Presenting silver medal, Andrew Toombs, Men's Artistic Gymnastics Technical Committee Vice President. And presenting the bronze medal, Councillor Roy Gladden, Lord Mayor of Liverpool.
Now, a moment for the Lord Mayor of Liverpool.
In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Japan, Ryosuke Doi.
Doi Ryosuke of Japan wins the bronze medal in what has been a terrific debut World Championships for him.
And winner of the silver medal, representing Japan, Daiki Hashimoto.
And it is a third medal at these World Championships for Hashimoto Daiki of Japan, to add to his all-around gold and team silver, a silver on floor.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing Great Britain, Gianni Regini Moran.
It's the first time it's ever happened. A British man becoming the champion of the world on floor. And Gianni Regini Moran is the gentleman who's done it. And he's done it in front of his home fans at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool. and his determination in getting to this stage has been second to none. Of Regini Moran of Great Britain, we will now hear the national anthem of the host nation.
For those who can, please now stand for the national anthem of Great Britain.
The medalists in the men's floor exercise at the World Championships. More celebrations to come here in Liverpool, as we'll have in just a moment or two the medal ceremony for the women's vault competition.
There is a sequence, but it's the timing. I think it's a combination of everything. But it's not like if it's it's easy. I'll come back to that. It's suddenly there.
the 8 finalists are just putting in their final preparations behind the scenes. We will be seeing those shortly, but in the meantime, we have a medal ceremony to get on with, and we are just moments away. So bear with us. Our medal ceremony is about to commence. The medal ceremony for the women's vault final is about to commence. Please welcome our medalists and presentation party into the arena.
It's now time for the medal ceremony for the women's vault competition as part of the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships in Liverpool. United States of America proving once again why they remain the nation in women's vault competition. Their record has been so strong at recent World Championships. So often they have taken the title, but it's the first time for this one particular gymnast.
Presenting the gold medal, Li Leung, International Gymnastics Federation Executive Committee member. Presenting the silver medal, Elena Derrida, Women's Artistic Gymnastics Technical Committee member. Presenting the bronze medal, Claire Lewis, Chair, World Gymnastic Championships 2022, Local Organising Committee.
Well done to the local organising committee on the job they've done.
In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing France, Colleen Deviard.
Winner of the bronze medal, France's Colleen Deviard. The European champion from 2017 has endured so much disappointment, so many setbacks, so much injury. It has not put her off, it has not deterred her. The silver medal won by the United States of America's Jordan Childs, a gymnast who has recently completely found her stride and become one of the top gymnasts out there.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing the United States of America, Jade Carey.
Her first individual world championship title. Jade Carey of the United States of America, the silver medalist in 2017 and 2019 on vault. Now she takes centre stage.
for those who can, please
we'll now have the
stand.
national anthem of the
national
USA.
anthem of the United States of America. Liverpool, please show your appreciation for our World Championship medalists.
The medalists in the women's vault competition at the Liverpool 2022 Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. The medalists may be departing, but we are not. Much more still to come. 3 more finals to bring you in this session. We'll be getting the action back underway in just a moment or two. The men's pommel horse and still rings finals and the women's uneven bars competitions to take place. The men's pommel horse final is about to begin. And based on the way pommel horse has behaved itself or misbehaved itself during these World Championships, goodness only knows what might happen at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool.
Let's go.
The action continues here in Liverpool. 3 more finals to bring you, starting with the men's pommel horse competition, and it begins now.
Liverpool, please welcome the gymnasts in the men's pommel horse final.
Here are the 8 who've made it through to the final.
Laurent de Monk.
Laurent de Monk, 4th strongest in qualification, an excellent gymnast on the pommel horse.
Ryosuke Doi.
Doi Ryosuke of Japan, becoming an increasingly familiar face at these World Championships. He was the 6th best in qualification.
Rhys McClenaghan.
The top performer in qualification, Rhys McClenaghan of Ireland.
Representing the United States of America.
World Championship
Stephen
medalist in 2019. Here, though, is the reigning world champion, Stephen Nederozic of the United States of America. Same score as Rhys McClenaghan in the preliminary round.
Kurbanov.
3rd strongest in qualification, Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan.
Jordan, Ahmad Abu Al-Soud.
Ahmad Abu Al-Soud becomes the first Jordanian ever to make a World Championship final, and he's a lovely gymnast on the pommel horse. What a veteran, Filip Uday of Croatia, the 36-year-old Olympic medalist from 2008.
Marutian Madinian.
But he's positively a young lad compared to 38-year-old Harutyun Mardinian of Armenia, who is the reigning European champion. The finalists for the pommel horse competition, and the top performer in qualification was Rhys McClenaghan of Ireland, the gymnast who won the World Championship bronze medal in 2019, but the same score as Stephen Nederozic of the United States of America, the reigning world champion, the first ever American world champion on pommel horse. The only thing that separated them was a 10th of execution. The execution tie-break system comes into play when the gymnasts have the same total score. McClenaghan's was higher, 8.933 to 8.833. From Stephen Nederozic in qualification, we saw a brilliant routine. In the pommel horse component of the team final, he was certainly not as strong. It didn't go anything like according to plan. For Rhys McClenaghan, there have been some great times and some not so great times of late, but he's been in super form coming into this competition. At the Paris World Cup, one of the key warm-up events for these World Championships, he looked like the Rhys McClenaghan that we know when he's at his absolute best. And he has, in his own words and the words of his coach, become stronger for those disappointments. What a performer Stephen Nederozic was at the World Championships last year. A 24-year-old from Massachusetts. This is the first full international competition he's done since he won the World Championship title. And we're looking over the shoulder of Rhys McClenaghan. Doi Ryosuke was the 6th strongest in the preliminary round. So let us take a moment to remind ourselves of what a pommel horse final should be like, as opposed to what a pommel horse rotation has been like at these World Championships, because it's been a troublesome apparatus. And Blythe Lawrence will explain to us why it's been such a troublesome apparatus.
It's been a troublesome apparatus, basically, because the gymnasts have not been able to master the routines like they have been doing in practice. We have seen an awful lot of falls, sometimes dramatic falls, as the competition has unfolded here. However, the 8 who have made it into this final have been able to master their craft.
And it is the constant kineticism of the pommel horse that makes it so interesting. In contrast to the rings, which is all about stillness and balance, the pommel horse is constant movement, and that small loss of momentum, the tiniest brush of the apparatus, can derail the gymnast. One thing that it's really worth watching for is the straightness of the gymnast's midsection. Are they jackknifed in the middle? Do they manage to keep a good clean line? Are they clear from the pommels themselves, the handles of the apparatus, as ably demonstrated by Rhys McClenaghan there? What can happen sometimes in a pommel horse competition is that the gymnast just gradually starts to drift closer and closer towards the handles. That then requires them to bend at the midsection. The legs can suddenly cross over perhaps, and everything starts to fall away. In terms of clearance, he has among the finest that we've ever seen on pommel horse. The ability of Steven Nederozic to do his routine dangling from the rafters of the building, it's extraordinary. And then we have Nadiman Kurbanov as well, who we'll see in the second half of the competition, who also has great clearance from the apparatus.
And this gymnast, Lauren de Monk of the Netherlands, had a real breakout competition at the European Championships in Munich 2 months ago.
The men's pommel horse final is about to begin. Would you choose to go first? Would you choose to go later on? What would be your preference as an athlete? I'll leave you thinking about that at home as this gentleman gets underway.
As he's being announced, he's visualizing the elements that he's about to perform.
Lauren de Monk of the Netherlands, 4th strongest in qualification, the 23-year-old from Haarlem.
So far, it's been a very calm start. He's been particularly good with the Wendeschwings between the pommels. There's a traveling Wendeschwing down from one end of the horse to the other. The crowd is most encouraging.
Oh, no! Oh, Lauren de Monk, he seemed there. He was there, almost. And in the last split seconds of this first routine, the pommel horse reminds us of its cruelty. The look on the face of Lauren de Monk as he drifts to the ground tells us all that we need to know.
This is the nature of pommel horse, and this is what we have seen at these World Championships, even from the very best. He was attempting to do his dismount, but he must complete it in order to get difficulty credit for the skill. That's why he has opted to jump up again and just do that.
He's such a bright gentleman. He's fluent in 4 spoken languages. He also speaks sign language. He's a researcher in biology as a graduate of the University of Applied Sciences in Leiden, and he's changed his training routine so much lately to get into these finals. He said the key difference was doing more and more full routines, drilling and drilling in training, and it's got him to the point where he now, as you said, Blythe, at the start, has been a breakout performer this year on pommel horse. And he was very much in medal contention coming into this final.
He and Steven Nedorosik had the highest difficulty score of the finalists in qualification, with 6.4 being what their routines were valued at. And it's a very, very fatiguing performance to have to give. And sometimes we see that right at the dismount, where a gymnast actually has to swing their hips up into handstand, do a pirouette, and come down again.
13.533 for Laurent Demung, but he was 11th in the competition last year. This has been a great step in the right direction. Doi Ryosuke of Japan, who has looked so comfortable in his first World Championships, so confident, so composed. He comes into this as the 6th strongest in qualification. 14.466 was his score.
Clean scissor to handstand to begin. That element is called a sewn.
He also has exited the apparatus. And are we in for one of those sorts of pommel horse finals? Sometimes one gymnast coming off increases the tension, especially when a second follows, because you've got a lot of athletes now thinking, I might be in contention here, I might have a chance. And sometimes one is at one's most nervous when in contention. It was something of a walk on the wild side from Doi Ryosuke, but he does get through the latter portion of this routine as the first two gymnasts have endured complication on the apparatus. Nonetheless, it has to be regarded as a very impressive World Championship debut overall from Doi Ryosuke.
Oh, without a doubt. The amplitude of his hips on the opening sequence was really something extraordinary. But it does show you how critical hand placement is on these circles. If you do one thing wrong, you are very likely to wind up standing on the ground. But just as you pointed out, Ollie, he's so promising.
It's tiny, isn't it? The merest of brushes of the apparatus, and there he is losing his form and exiting the apparatus unintentionally. 12.933 for Doi Ryosuke. Rhys McClenaghan from Ireland, the top performer in qualification, the first ever Irish gymnast to win a World Championship medal when he took bronze in 2019.
Wendeschwings on one pommel. Beautiful work so far. And and between the pommels. These are some of the most difficult elements in the code of points on this apparatus.
A palpable hit from Rhys McClenaghan of Ireland. And the flicker of emotion that just passed across his face after the calmest of displays as he embraces his coach. What a journey those two have been on. And what a performance in this final from Ireland's Rhys McClenaghan, who looks like the most relieved man in the building.
From start to finish, it was graceful, it was technically extremely sound, and it was so difficult. This was a masterclass on how to do pommel horse.
He's had issues with leg separation in competitions this year, not on this occasion. They were glued together. The heels clicked, the body straight, the form impressive.
And this intricate handstand pirouetting dismount at the end of it all.
At last, after the disappointment of the World Championships last year, after it didn't happen in Tokyo, oh, the anxiety in the crowd as they wait for the score. 14.233 in qualification. They are ready to fly the flag for Rhys McClenaghan. The leader at the moment, Lauren de Munck. That will change, one suspects. Doesn't he click the heels so well? The toe point is excellent. Very graceful and yet powerful on this apparatus. This is a long wait. It's worth it. It's 15.3. Rhys McClenaghan improves upon his qualification performance. He gains a 10th of difficulty. And he leads the way. Lauren de Munck will have known the moment that that routine finished that his time at the top of the leaderboard was at its end. But we've got a fascinating spell now because the second and third strongest qualifiers come up next. Here is Steven Nederozic, the reigning world champion. His clearance is extraordinary.
And just like we saw from McClenaghan, Vendish swings on one pommel and is sewn in both directions. However, he seems to be in trouble, but he's gotten it back.
There was a clear break in form. It didn't last long. It will be significant. Now into the Magyar-Shivado combination goes Steven Nederozic. Working very hard to get round into the dismount, which he has done. And that was a masterful recovery from the reigning world champion. It will cost, but how much he saved there could be very key in this final. And what a lovely moment that is between two of the top contenders. He's spoken of the great camaraderie that the pommel horse gymnasts of the world have. Steven Nederozic, and he was their leader last year. And this was going terrifically for the lion's share.
Yes, it certainly was. And the fact that he didn't come off is really extraordinary. His body was quite bent, his momentum had slowed, and somehow he managed to stay on.
He's so bent in the midsection there, the legs lose their position. It is remarkable that he had the physical strength and the wherewithal to save that. It will undoubtedly compromise his execution score. The gentleman who wears the Secret Santa gift of goggles from his friend Ben. Graduate of electrical engineering. He scores 14.4. He's in second place. And that's a major challenger to Rhys McClenaghan, who has not managed to match the Irishman's score. But there are others, including the next gymnast that we're going to see, who can do that. At the moment, at the halfway mark, it's Ireland's Rhys McClenaghan who leads the way over Stephen Nederozic and Laurent de Monk. The real gap between second and third. And those two have been working together for some time.
6-2.
Something that we've never, ever seen before is a Jordanian gymnast in a final at the World Championships. This is a landmark moment for Ahmad Abu Al-Saud, for his nation. And if you watch a lot of World Cup gymnastics, the regular season events, you'll know him well. And he's a mercurial gymnast when it comes to pommel horse finals. He's probably about 1/3 of the time stronger than qualification, and the rest of the time he doesn't quite get there. When he hits his routines, he is so graceful to watch and so impressive in his clearance and his alignment. Now, what on earth is he still doing performing at this level at his age? The 36-year-old Philippe Houdet, who won a silver medal in Beijing at the Olympic Games in 2008 and a silver medal at the European Championships the same year. He won a World Championship silver medal in 2014. You can't be 36 and say, oh, hang on a minute, you can be 38. Hawatun Modinian, the bronze medalist in 2015 at the World Championships, but more recently, very recently, just days after his 38th birthday, he won the European Championship title. He was the 5th strongest in qualification for this final. Can you imagine these gymnasts getting onto that podium? Ahmad Abu Al-Saud, the first Jordanian. Philippe Houdet at 36, Hawatun Modinian at 38. And then there's the 3rd strongest qualifier, Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan, the 24-year-old from Almaty at his 5th World Championships. He was 4th last year in Kitakyushu. Yet to really win a big competition. From Kazakhstan, Nariman Kurbanov, the postgraduate student in law at the Al-Farabi National University in Almaty. He hopes to lay the law down on this final. He was the 3rd best in qualification with 15.033. That would put him in 2nd place now.
He has wonderful lines and build for pommel horse. The long arms and long legs that make everything look so graceful.
He too has had a struggle, and he too has clamped down on it incredibly.
He did say that for this final, he would be adding more difficulty to his routine.
He's there just about. Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan, an excellent performer on the World Cup circuit this season, a silver medalist in the warm-up competition in Paris, and then the week after that in the Hungary World Cup in Szombathely, he won the title. He certainly went for it, but there was a clear form break. Otherwise, the form is wonderful, but here loses totally his position, and it's an incredible save.
And this is the skill that is very difficult that we've remarked on a couple of times already. The Wendeschwing on one pommel.
But you're so right in what you say, Blythe, about his overall appearance on pommel horse, his sense of elegance, almost a statuesque quality. .533. Now that is very significant. Nariman Kurbanov goes into second place. He's down half a mark from qualification, but that save after he lost his form has put him into medal contention. But there is a gap for somebody to exploit. Ahmad Abu Al-Soud of Jordan, the 27-year-old from Amman, becomes the first Jordanian ever to take to a World Championship final. Congratulations to him, whatever happens now.
He quite clearly has the reflexes to do pommel horse very well. The legs are completely glued together. And so far, the swing has been very precise.
And his last World Championships, he barely finished in the top 200. And look at him now. That is amazing. Ahmad Abu Al-Soud, the reigning two-time Asian champion and the reigning three-time Arab champion, has delivered a wonderful performance in this final. We mentioned earlier that he has had consistency issues in World Cup finals. Well, forget about the World Cups. At the World Championships, he's just delivered one of the best performances of his life. He's a coach and personal trainer with a degree from the University of Jordan. He said he owes everything in his life to his mum. He can never thank her enough. Well, how's that for repayment? 14.866. Ahmad Abu Al-Soud of Jordan has gone into the silver medal position with 2 to go. He's one routine away from possibly having a guaranteed place on the podium. Two veterans left. Filip Uday of Croatia, the 7th strongest in qualification and one of the greats on this piece.
Does a long sequence of work on one pommel. The leg separation on the Wendeschwings is something that is characteristic for him. We've seen him do that before on the World Cup circuit.
Filip Ude of Croatia doesn't quite conclude his routine as he intended to.
On pommel horse, the dismount must cross the body of the horse, so he will have a fall for that, and he will also lose 3/10 of a point.
Just didn't quite get there, and as a result he has to mount the apparatus and go for it again. Well, it was not the final that Filip Ude hoped for, but to see this veteran performer who was on the Olympic podium in 2008 still making World Championship finals is a joy. And in a moment you imagine Ahmad Abu Al Saud is about to discover that he is guaranteed a World Championship medal.
It was a great recovery from Filip Ude. Unfortunately, the fatigue issues potentially on the dismount lead to the significant deduction that takes him out of this competition.
Rhys McClenaghan is guaranteed at least a bronze medal. Once this score comes in, it might be a silver. 12.5 for Filip Ude. So we know this. The gentleman to his left, Ahmad Abu Al Saud, has just become the first Jordanian ever to win a medal at the Gymnastics World Championships. Rhys McClenaghan has already bettered his performance from 2019. Only one gentleman can change things. It's the 38-year-old reigning European champion, Armenia's Harutjun Merdinian, the bronze medalist from Glasgow in 2015.
On the big occasion, he has proven time and again that he is more than capable. Impeccable form and fluid swing.
Just seemed to have a touch of the unexpected there, but he's still going, and he's going very well, and he's put himself surely into the picture. Harutjun Merdinian of Armenia. He concludes a quite extraordinary pommel horse final. At 38, he has displayed some of the best form of his life. Now, has he done enough to go ahead of Nariman Kurbanov? The score in qualification for Merdinian was 14.7. Kurbanov is currently on 14.533. The last score to come in will be for Harutjun Merdinian of Armenia. He's there! He's on the podium! The 38-year-old has won the bronze medal! Months after taking the European Championship title, And it means that Rhys McClenaghan has become the first ever Irish world champion. He's put some difficult days behind him. He looked fantastic coming into these World Championships. He said he felt so confident and so ready, and boy was he ready. Rhys McClenaghan, champion of the world. And amidst all of this celebration, this gentleman has risen 175 places from his last World Championships. Ahmad Abu Al-Soud has achieved the finest result by a Jordanian gymnast in their history. The first ever Jordanian medal at the World Championships of Gymnastics. And he's proof, Ahmad Abu Al-Soud, that if you keep going to these World Cup events, these smaller events, sometimes in far-flung places, and you keep refining your craft and you keep getting better and better and better, you will make it, you will break through. Rhys McClenaghan shakes his head. He takes the most relaxing breath of his life, because he's finally become the champion of the world. The classified results in the men's pommel horse final. The bronze medal to Armenia's Harutyun Madinian, the silver medal to Ahmad Abu Al-Soud of Jordan, and the gold medal to Rhys McClenaghan of Ireland. And if that isn't a fairy tale podium, I don't know what is. Still much more to come. Hope you're enjoying all of the coverage so far from the penultimate day of competition at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool. Two more finals to bring you the women's uneven bars and the men's still rings. After all of the excitement of the men's pommel horse competition, we now need to calm down and enjoy the women's uneven bars final, because that won't be remotely exhilarating. Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, the reigning all-around world champion. Shilese Jones of the United States of America. She's had a fantastic championships. Naomi Visser of the Netherlands.
Also from the Netherlands.
The 7th strongest in qualification and joined by her teammate Sanne Veerman, the 6th strongest in qualification. They both enjoyed World Cup success on the uneven bars this season. The reigning European champion, Elisabeth Seitz of Germany. The reigning Olympic champion, Nina Doal of Belgium. And 2 times a champion of the world. Wei Xiaoyuan of the People's Republic of China. The reigning world champion. And Lo Ri, also of the People's Republic of China, the World Championship bronze medalist last year. That is a superb list of competitors. The finalists for the women's uneven bars competition. We have Olympic champions, world champions, continental champions, and the all-around top performer. The best in qualification was Lo Ri, the bronze medalist from last year, and she'll be the last to go. It's safe to say that this uneven bars final has generated just a small flicker of excitement in the gymnastics world. People have been talking about this ever since the qualification results came in, and it's one of the showpiece occasions. It always is, isn't it, Blythe? One of the showpiece occasions of any World Championships, the uneven bars final.
It's such a beautiful apparatus to watch, and the 8 women that we are very privileged to be able to see compete on this apparatus are, well, they are state-of-the-art in everything they do.
And she is the leader of them all at the moment, the all-around champion from a couple of days ago, Rebeca Andrade of Brazil. Silver medalist at the last World Championships in the uneven bars final. She has an extraordinarily consistent routine.
She did also have the highest execution score in the preliminary round.
And that could be vital in the event of a tie-break, as we have a look at Shilese Jones of the United States of America from Seattle. Recently returned to Washington State after 7 years training in Ohio. She was the 5th strongest performer in qualification. What a splendid championship for Shilese Jones. All-around excellence, team excellence.
And this coming after several years on the U.S. team where she didn't compete much internationally. She has seized her chance.
One of her first international medals was a bronze medal on the uneven bars at the Pan American Championships in 2018. Naomi Visser of the Netherlands, the 7th strongest in qualification, and she's the reigning Dutch champion. Made her World Cup debut in Azerbaijan earlier this year, where she won a silver medal on the uneven bars.
And she has one of the most exciting combinations of a release skill in a transition from the high bar to the low bar.
And that's an interesting thing for us to talk about. The notion of combinations, of connections, of potential bonuses, because that's a crucial part of score accumulation.
With every connection, of difficult elements that a gymnast does on the uneven bars, they have the potential to earn 1 or 2/10 of connection bonus in addition to building the difficulty score in their routines. So connections are pivotal. And all of the gymnasts in this final are going to attempt some very big and difficult combinations.
Sanne Veerman of the Netherlands was the silver medalist at the National Championships earlier this year. She is from the Edam-Volendam municipality. 20 years of age, competing in her second World Championships. Another 20-year-old that we're looking at there. We reached the start of the women's uneven bars final, the much anticipated women's uneven bars final. Welcome wherever in the world you're watching from. Great to have your company for Apparatus Finals Day 1 at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool. In many ways, whatever happens today is glorious bonus territory for the gymnast we're about to see after her sensational triumph in the all-around competition. Not sensational because it was unexpected, sensational because of all that came before it. She came in as the absolute favourite and delivered. Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, the third strongest in qualification after winning the all-around title a couple of days ago.
An important combination here, uprise, Stalderfall, and surprisingly, just like we saw from her on this apparatus in the all-around final, a problem she attempts. She didn't shoot her feet to the ceiling the way that she needed to make the full turn. And so she opted just to jump down and remount, start again. There it is, in combination with a pike catch-up to pack salto to Van Leeuwen.
So much of that routine performed so outstandingly, but it is a championships where she can smile knowing that the hardest job of all has already been accomplished. As you alluded to earlier there, Blythe, she had difficulties in the all-around final, adjusted quickly and stayed on. Not the case this time, had to come off.
And then she did go on, and these smooth flowing sequences of elements are really what she's been known for on the uneven bars. Dismount, full twisting, double tuck.
The next gymnast will be the hugely impressive Shilese Jones.
Here's a look back at the work from Andrade once again. Pike Jaeger doesn't even need to do a giant to set up her dismount. Regardless of this score, it has been an incredible World Championships for her. History making.
12.8 is the score on this occasion for Rebecca Andrade. She's already done so much. Shilese Jones, a team gold medal, the all-around silver medal. What now as she takes to the uneven bars? Well, it's simple. She's told us herself. We all know that Shai can fly.
Stalder Shaposhnikova, uprise Kachev. Excellent handstand position. Very cleanly through much of her difficulty. The dismount should be double front.
That's excellent from Shilese Jones of the United States of America. She competed at her first World Cup event in Paris and won the uneven bars title there over Rebecca Andrade. Her teammates were watching and cheering from the stands.
Thank you.
Tremendous.
This was gorgeous in the way that it flowed from bar to bar. Very nice uprise Kachev. Seen from a different angle. And this release, the Downy, Stalder in, Pike Kachev connected to the pack salto, puts her feet immediately on the bar and goes into the Van Leven.
It's remarkable how her confidence has grown lately as a gymnast. It'll be even higher after these World Championships, no question. She's established herself as one of the world's best.
It's amazing to think about, but before this World Championships, there were some questions about her consistency, and she has put all of those doubts to rest with this performance.
Absolutely. 14.766. That's a good jump of 2/10 from qualification. That will be a very hard score to beat. Two more to go in the first half of this final. Naomi Visser of the Netherlands scored 14.4 in qualification. She's the reigning Dutch champion on the uneven bars. Already problems with the handstand. Overarching and off she came. A shake of the head from a surprised Naomi Visser.
This might just have been a concentration error. She was so eager to get into the routine and get going that she overcast the handstand. There's the pivotal combination, the Derval-Fenton, straight to Aniezova.
If only she could have the first 2 seconds again. Oh, if only. That's a great routine, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful, the way that she moves between the bars, the smoothness of the combinations. Yes, just like you said, Ollie, if only.
To use an analogy from another sport, it's like watching somebody serve a double fault and then hit a sequence of aces immediately afterwards and so confidently move through the game. Everything beyond the first couple of seconds was just lovely.
Very small hesitation on the Stalder with full turn. But apart from that and the fall, this was very, very nice. Her dismount well above the bar as she completes the salto with the twist.
She will still lead, almost certainly, after this score comes in. .233 for Naomi Visser. She's in second place at the moment. Evidence of what a high-scoring routine it can be if she's picking that sort of number up with the unintentional dismount early on. Sanne Veerman, second gymnast from the Netherlands in this final, sixth strongest in qualification.
And with Visser and Andrade both having made errors, she may well smell opportunity. Her downy to pack, well executed. Maloney to Bahardwaj, a very difficult sequence.
Well performed. A strong display from Sanne Veerman of the Netherlands. The gymnast who won her first World Cup medal in Cottbus at the start of the season when she came second in the uneven bars final. She is now an undergraduate in creative business at the Amsterdam University of Applied Science.
And well done to her. This routine is just loaded with difficulty. Here's another look at the downy to pack. The Bahardwaj, a pack salto with full twist. Every now and again, her legs come apart just a little bit, and her toe point wavers slightly. But those are quite minimal things. The important thing is that she hit this routine to the fullest. Full twisting, double tuck. Just a tiny hop forward.
Her work done. She now simply has to wait. .166. Sanne Veerman goes into the silver medal position at the halfway mark. Still some big contenders to come, including the top two qualifiers. But she's in a good position. She's in a better one. Shilese Jones. We may have seen a winning display. It's going to require something special to beat it. Only one gymnast still to come in this final produced a better score in qualification, and that was Laurie. But then you have gymnasts like Nina Derwal who have proven that the best often comes out when she gets into a final. An unqualified success, these World Championships for her. And an unqualified success were the European Championships for the gymnast who is warming up. Elizabeth Seitz, the bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2018. She just recently took the European Championship title at home. And she celebrated her 29th birthday yesterday as well.
She did say she didn't do too much in terms of celebration. She is saving it for after her performance today.
And then Nina Derwal, the reigning Olympic champion and the two-time world champion. One of the absolute finest that the sport has seen on the uneven bars. She has said herself that it's an interesting world she now inhabits, one where she's expected to win every time she turns up to a competition, but has acknowledged that having taken the Olympic title, it has relieved a lot of pressure for her. As she put it, everything now is just for fun. Everything after winning that Olympic title is something that she can do for enjoyment of the sport.
And she is eager to see what else she can accomplish in gymnastics. Also, she did not rush coming back. She really took her time and enjoyed the things that come with being an Olympic champion.
Yes, including winning Dancing with the Stars in Belgium. We'll finish with two gymnasts from the People's Republic of China. Wei Xiaoyuan, the reigning world champion. And Lo Ri will follow her.
Wei Xiaoyuan and Lo Ri certainly shouldn't be overlooked for their potential to medal. Wei proving herself in her debut World Championships last year in Kitakyushu.
And Lo Ri, despite winning the bronze medal at the World Championships last year, set the pace in qualification. Just a 10th away from 15, her score. She's barely competed overseas, apart from at the big ones, the World Championships. She's from Guangdong province. Wei Xiaoyuan is from Guangxi in the south of China. And we just had a look at the gymnasts from the Pacific Northwest of the United States of America.
I thought it was funny.
The leader is Shilese Jones, 14.766, an excellent display.
Yes, every time. I noticed, yes.
It's that lovely sight when a gymnast has performed extremely well in a final early on, and they just get to sit there and enjoy the whole thing, feeling rather relaxed. Probably less relaxed if an extremely good performance is then delivered by somebody else. But I think it is fair to say that one of the things that unites the gymnasts of the world is their sense of camaraderie. They do not actively want people to go out there and fail. They want to win and win well, but they don't want to do it due to someone else's misfortune.
Oh, absolutely. And many of these gymnasts are friends, not just at the World Championships. They keep up with each other on social media. They have Zoom calls. They really support each other.
As evidenced by the calls of encouragement for the next gymnast competing. competing at her 7th World Championships, and for the first time coming here as the reigning European champion, 29-year-old Ellie Seitz from Germany. She was the 8th strongest in qualification.
Opens with a Stalder Shaposhnikova to uprise Stalder Kachev. A Church to Pack Salto.
She always knows how to handle a final. Ellie Seitz of Germany, such a smooth and fluid performance. The bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2018. And that's not a bad belated birthday celebration for her.
An amazing finish, clean finish.
This was excellent, and it's a testament to her experience, because before the World Championships, she was ill, and she wondered if she would have the stamina to be able to compete here and compete well. And then she said, but then I realized I'm an experienced gymnast, and when I'm mentally there, my body can do things that I don't know that I can do. One of the best parts of this really good routine was the dismount combination. Toe Stalder full directly into the full twisting double tuck and stuck.
There's some very strong gymnasts to come, but that was a very strong display. The leader waits for the score to come in for Ellie Seitz. 14.766 is the highest number we've seen so far. Seitz produced 14.4 in qualification. And she goes into the silver medal position, 14.366, a very good display from Ellie Seitz. She's 3/10 shy in terms of difficulty. Her execution was very comparable to the reigning Olympic champion, Nina Derwaal of Belgium, the 2nd strongest in qualification, but she knows how to win massive finals. She's also been a 2-time champion of the world.
Excellent start. Been great. How will it finish?
If she feels expectation, it's not something that she shows when she takes to the bars in a big final. Nina Derwaal with the sort of performance that has categorized her entire career. When it really matters, you can count on her. First time she's competed internationally since the Olympic Games.
Good job.
She shows her own skill. The Derwaal, named for her and for Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain, connects it with an Ejeva and right into the Stalder Shaposhnikova. That gets her more than a point of her difficulty, plus connection bonus. Here it is from another angle. And she continues on with a pack salto, toes directly to the bar. And another transition. The dismount is in combination as well. Great full twisting double tuck.
She's from Saint-Troiden in the east of Belgium, the centre of the Belgian fruit industry. I don't know if they have any super lamb bananas there, but...
Did you know
The leader on 14.766 for how much longer? Nina Derwal's scoring qualification was 14.7. Her difficulty was 1/10 below Shilese Jones in the preliminary round as the next gymnast, Wei Xiaoyuan, gets ready to compete. We wait for this score. Could be very close. Oh, it is very close. 14.7, and Shilese Jones is ahead of the reigning Olympic champion by less than a tenth. That is extraordinary. Higher execution for Nina Derwal, slightly lower difficulty. Wei Xiaoyuan of the People's Republic of China, the fourth strongest in qualification and the reigning world champion.
She makes great use of in-bar stalders. Once again, in-bar to blind change. Wonderful inverted pirouetting sequence. Straight to pike kacha, pike Jaeger, excuse me. The dismount, full twisting double layout. Wow!
Magnificent from Wei Xiaoyuan of the People's Republic of China. That pirouetting work that she does is sublime. So controlled.
It is one of the Chinese trademarks on uneven bars, and it's one of the things that sets them apart. Not only is it beautiful, it's extremely difficult.
She added to her World Championship title the Asian title in June in Doha.
Fully extended, flying between the bars on her Van Leven. And terrific handstand positions as well. Everything is right at vertical. And in a final like this, that is one thing that could set you apart. She catches the pike Jaeger with her elbows and arms fully extended, avoiding deduction. But one of the highlights of this routine clearly was the full twisting double layout, just stuck cold.
The execution score will be fascinating here. There was lots of avoidance of deduction going on in that display. Her difficulty was 6.4 in qualification, the same as Shilese Jones. Such high quality, such an enjoyable final. At the moment, it's Jones, Derwal and Seitz, 1, 2 and 3. Where does the reigning world and Asian champion go? Right to the top, and how she goes right to the top. 14.966. 6.6 difficulty. She gains 2/10 on qualification, and otherwise she would have been completely level with Shilese Jones. Same execution score. So that extra difficulty she found has made all the difference, and there will definitely be a Chinese uneven bars world champion this year. Will it be the reigning world champion, or will it be the top qualifier and the bronze medalist from a year ago, Lo Ri? She's the reigning national champion. Two years younger than her teammate at 16.
She attempts a layout Jaeger, and something rather unusual happens. Her feet hit the bar, and somehow she is able to simply go on. It's almost unprecedented what we're seeing. How she didn't fall off. How?
The score is not going to be the thing that is remembered about that routine. One of the most remarkable saves that we have probably ever seen at World Championship level, or indeed in any gymnastics competition, has just occurred from Lo Ri.
That was just extraordinary.
She made that so routine that one could forget or not even notice just how difficult this is to rectify.
Her sequence of inverted pirouettes comes at the top of the routine, and she connects it as well to a Jaeger. And even on the replay, it's stunning that there wasn't more of a disruption in the routine.
How is it even possible? Only she will know. That was incredibly composed. Nina Derwal in third place, Shilese Jones in second, Wei Xiaoyuan at the top of the leaderboard. This last score to come in from Lo Ri.
At all. I don't think you hear it, right? Oh.
Guaranteed another medal is Shilese Jones. Lo Ri's score in qualification was 14.9. It will naturally be not hugely comparable. But again, we see that incredible save. The quickest of reactions, the quickest of thinking. We had a comparable moment, different sort of moment, but comparable in the men's all-around final, where a gymnast from the United States of America caught the bar with his grips. Young Asher Hong. Lo Ri has scored 13.8, and she's done incredibly to finish in 6th position, considering that her feet struck the bar. Wei Xiaoyuan is the champion of the world, reigning, defending and retaining. It is a superb display from her. And to add 2/10 of difficulty, just incredible. Look at the company that she keeps and that Shilese Jones keeps. The Olympic champion in third place on this occasion. Shilese Jones gets another medal. Her third of these debut World Championships for her. But the 18-year-old from Guangxi in the south of China, with incredible difficulty and extremely tight execution, wins her second consecutive uneven bars World Championship title. And a thoroughly entertaining final it was as well. Early sights of Germany coming close. The classified results in the women's uneven bars competition. The bronze medal to Nina Derwal of Belgium, the silver won by the USA, Shilese Jones. But Wei Xiaoyuan of the People's Republic of China retains and defends her World Championship title from a year ago. We still have more to come, but let's take a moment to enjoy the uneven bars action once more. The men's still rings final will be the last to take place today. But don't go too far away, because we still have more medals to be decided at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool.
Thank you, Liverpool. There were some absolute scenes there. We'll be coming back to doing that in just a bit. Who's ready for the rings final? I think we are. But before we get there, let's get the cheering on the go. Let's support our gymnasts. Liverpool, I want to hear some noise from you on my count. 1, 2, 3. That was okay, that was okay. But these guys are back there. Yeah, they are. I can see the smoke. Something's gone wrong. These guys are back there. and they're ready to come on, and we want the energy to be up here. So I want a much bigger screen than that. We've got a sellout crowd. Surely we can raise the roof in here this afternoon. On my count, 1, 2, 3. I've been told that that's not acceptable, that won't trigger the countdown, so we need one bigger and better one on my count. 1, 2, 3. Let's go!
The last order of business today is the men's rings final.
Liverpool, please welcome the gymnasts in the men's rings final. Representing Armenia, Artur Avatisian.
The reigning world universities champion Artur Avatisian of Armenia.
Representing Armenia, Vahagan Davtyan.
His teammate, the 34-year-old Vahagan Davtyan, the World Cup Series champion on the rings this season.
Republic of China, Yu Hao.
Yu Hao of the People's Republic of China, the silver medalist at the Olympic Games. From Turkey, Adem Asil,
representing the People's Republic
medalist
of China,
on rings at the European Championships.
Zhou Jingyuan.
Zhou Jingyuan of the People's Republic of China, part of the Chinese team that won the gold medal in the team competition. The top performer in qualification, Courtney Tulloch of Great Britain, the reigning two-time Commonwealth Games champion. Kamoto Yuya from Japan, still rings silver medalist at the first Youth Olympic Games in 2010. And Donnell Wittenberg of the United States of America, a Pan-American Games medalist on the rings in 2015. The start list for the men's rings competition. And the top qualifier was Courtney Tulloch of Great Britain with a score of 14.66, but very close, with almost no difference. Adem Asil of Turkey and Zhou Jingyuan of the People's Republic of China. Mastery of the rings by their full name and now slightly antiquated name, the still rings, to differentiate them from lesser known non-international forms of competition like the swinging rings. And they are, as we often say, the most ironically named of apparatus, the only one with still in the title and the only one that moves. Yu Hao, the silver medalist from the Olympic Games in Tokyo and a World Championship runner-up in 2015. From Turkey, Adem Asil, an outstanding competitor on the rings. How few gymnasts are excellent in all-around competition and specialists on the still rings. Very few of them can lay claim to that. He's one.
It's very interesting to note that he is the only gymnast who qualified for the all-around final who is also in this still rings final.
The idea is you're looking for the best gymnast, they're trying to keep the stables as still as possible.
Armenia has got such a reputation for excellence on the rings. Artur Avatisian, 24, like his teammate Vahagan from Yerevan. Unlike his teammates, he's 10 years younger. very heavily taped up, is the reigning World Universities champion. He won the title in 2019. And the reigning Commonwealth Games champion, two-time champion, no less, Courtney Tulloch of Great Britain. He also won a silver medal at the European Championships. Set to be a fantastic final. And as I'm sure many of you know, it can come down to the finest of margins in a rings competition. One of the great cliches of gymnastics is that we only ever talk about the dismount. It's something that, as we have a look at the series champion in World Cup competition on the rings this year, Vahagan Davtyan, we're all aware that gymnastics broadcasters talk too much about landings as though the only thing that matters. However, when you get to a rings final, it very often can come down to who sticks their dismount.
In this apparatus final, however, we will see quite a bit of difference in the difficulty scores of the gymnasts. You have gymnasts like Yu Hao who are up at 6.5, and then you have gymnasts who are doing significantly lower difficulty routines.
Let's find out how it all unfolds. Get ready to enjoy the rings final. Artur Avatisyan of Armenia, the 24-year-old debutant at the World Championships. But he won the World Universities title in 2019, beating Ibrahim Cholak 3 months before he became the world champion. This gentleman is very good.
All strength positions on the rings must be held for a minimum of 2 seconds in order to receive credit for the difficulty. Nice Jonassen to Maltese cross. Very cleanly defined planche position. And a swing to handstand hold is also a requirement.
There will be more difficult routines performed in this final, but in terms of the clarity of his display, that's excellent from Artur Avatisyan of Armenia. He's a real scholar of the sport, has a degree in coaching from the Armenian State Institute of Physical Culture and Sport. He works with some terrific specialists on this piece.
You're right, Ollie. It was simply a clean and beautiful display.
The straightness of that Maltese position is wonderful.
Perfectly parallel to the ground. It's exactly the way that you want to do it. And maybe on still rings, commentators do tend to emphasize the dismount and the landing too much, but that was just spectacular.
I think he's emphasized his own landing there, hasn't he, with that display? 14.466 in qualification. He had the joint highest execution score in the qualification campaign. Might well be something similar here. That's better. 14.6 An 8.6 for execution, and he's managed to find a single tenth of difficulty to add as well. Strong start that from Arta Avitisian. Here is one of the great still rings performers of the season, Pahagan Davtian. The 34-year-old is the reigning World Cup champion. He's demonstrated superb consistency, and he has been twice a European Championship silver medalist. The 5th strongest in qualification. One of his coaches is actually Harutyun Medinian, who has just won a medal on the pommel horse.
Iron cross and flares his fingers out. A slight struggle on the handstand before the Jonassen to Maltese drops into another iron cross.
Also manages to stick his dismount. There are very few gymnasts out there who will study their own performance as carefully as him. He said coming into these championships he'd worked out where he could add 2/10 of execution if he was really attentive. He's chosen not to focus on increasing his difficulty because he is prizing the cleanliness of his work.
The devil was not in the difficulty in this performance. Positions like this, his planche were incredibly secure. The only place where he really lost execution deductions were in those 2 handstands. His dismount is a fully extended, full twisting double layout. You might say that his chest is slightly low, but he does stick it.
He's just recently completed his first year as the head of Sports and Youth Affairs Department for Yerevan Municipality. It's not a ceremonial role. He's very actively involved in trying to improve conditions in state schools. When it comes to sports facilities, takes up a lot of his time. He's very determined to make his mark on the lives of future athletes, not just gymnasts, but all school children. What sort of mark has he made on this final? Quite a weight for this number. 14.533, he's coming just behind Arta Avitisian. And already we have an indication of how close this rings final might be.
Representing the People's Republic of China, Yu Hao.
To Yu Hao from the People's Republic of China, the 30-year-old from the East Coast in Jiangsu province, the silver medalist at the Olympic Games, and part of the gold medal winning team at these World Championships. He was the world champion the last time that the World Championships were in the UK in Glasgow in 2015. What a start.
A pull up to an amazing inverted cross. A very nice Maltese as well. When it comes to the swinging elements in this routine, we are likely to see a different style going backwards, whereas most of the gymnasts go forwards. That draws oohs from the crowd. There's the Jonassen to a forward roll to iron cross. His dismount is supremely difficult. Double twisting, double layout.
He has a massive adjustment as he lands. Yo Hao from the People's Republic of China. It was the most complicated routine in qualification, 6.5 the difficulty score. And quite a lot will come off the dismount because of that very large lunge backwards.
His strength positions are excellent, and you see the effort that he expends, especially in the slow-mo. Now, on the dismount, because the step back is wider than the width of his shoulders, he is going to lose more than he would if he had just taken a slight step or hop. The best estimate would be 3 to 5/10 of a point in execution. And they could probably call that a 2-step deduction.
Such a superb record in international competition this veteran performer has had. 6 World Championship medals, a full set of colours twice over. The leading score is 14.6. And his is also 14.6. The difficulty, 6.7. That is 7/10 higher than Artur Avetissian, but Avetissian leads on the execution tiebreak because it is how well you do what you do, not how much you do, that determines the lead. Well, we thought this might be a very close final. Now the gymnast from Turkey, Adam Asil. The joint second strongest in qualification. You just need to look back at him at the World Championships in 2017 to see how he has transformed. He did it himself recently. He couldn't believe the gymnast he saw when looking back at that footage when he was competing for Egypt.
He qualified for the all-around final here, but did not compete in it. He opted to focus for Apparatus finals. And so far, he has turned in a most focused performance on the still rings.
Oh, what a reaction. Oh, what a performance. And oh, what emotion from Adam Asil. And the flag that flies behind them is the flag of his new home. His very surname, his adopted surname, evidence of the loyalty he feels to Turkey, the Turkish people, and to the Turkish gymnastics team. This gentleman felt he was not treated seriously in his ambitions when he was a gymnast in Egypt. He felt he was laughed at when he wanted to become a champion of the world. The Turkish team has embraced him, and they've helped change him, but his own attitude has helped change him and bring him to this level.
He's shown so much potential, particularly on the still rings over the last few years. He has not always been consistent, but everyone has always believed that he was capable of giving a performance like this. Today, his day has come.
After the stillness, the storm. That absolute torrent of emotion that came out of Adem Asil. He's got to go into the lead, surely, with this display. He's gone well into the lead. 14.933, and we may have just seen the performance that wins the World Championship title. He thumps his chest and he thumps the flag. Artur Avetissian goes into second place. The quality of that performance from Adem Asil. He shakes his head as if barely able to comprehend it. He's at the top of the standings. He's got so many medals from so many events, but not World Championships. So rarely do you see him break into a smile on the competition floor because of his intense level of focus. He's an incredibly bright individual, isn't he, Adem Asil? Speaks half a dozen languages fluently. Well, we now make our way to the second half of the competition. We've just had Zhou Jingyuan warming up, now Courtney Tulloch. The highest number from all of these qualifiers was Courtney Tulloch's 14.66. Things have been changed greatly by Adem Asil's 14.933. There is a wonderful gymnast on the rings, Donnell Wittenberg, the Wisconsin-based gymnast. Owner of 2 World Championship medals, as is Kamoto Yuya. And they'll get quite a big reception. Gadirovas have been at the heart of the British team's success at these World Championships. British team, the only team in both men's and women's competition to qualify for the Olympic Games. A remarkable World Championships for the host nation. Jessica Gadirova taking the all-around bronze medal. He's absolutely part of that team, isn't he, Adem Asil? He's been so welcomed into the Turkish team. I mean, you would welcome a gymnast of his kind of quality, but it was so quick, so seamlessly that he slotted into that team. And it was a tightly knit team already by the time that he arrived.
They have completely embraced him. He says that he and his teammates go on vacation together with their girlfriends. They are truly friends.
Well, the Turkish team really could use a vacation after these championships are over. They've worked hard. Zhou Jingyuan from the People's Republic of China is the 5th to compete in the men's rings final. He was a silver medalist at the National Championships in September, scored 14.66 in qualification.
And what he may be about to display, he does. This is his own original element. From an inverted cross, lowering slowly to an inverted hang, and then holding the V cross for 2 seconds. He is one of 2 gymnasts at these World Championships to have created an element. And if he has performed it correctly, it will be named for him in the men's code of points.
Little shake of the head after a step forward from Zhou Jingyuan from the People's Republic of China. But some innovation displayed in his rings routine. The 24-year-old from Yibin in the south-central region of China. A city that has grown enormously. It had a population of 50,000 in 1907. It now has 5 million people. And he's one of the most famous ones.
Here's a look at the end of the original skill, bringing his legs to his head and holding that for the requisite 2 seconds. He said that he feels this type of element where the strength holds are really quite combined is the way of the future on still rings. And you picked up on it right away, Ollie. The rueful shake of the head after the step on the double twisting double tuck. He realizes what is at stake when you take a step.
How rare that somebody excels on rings and parallel bars. Such a different skill set and such a good score. 14.866, just behind Adam Asil, whose reaction is one of a gentleman who realizes that that's one of his major competitors, who's just slotted in beneath him. Courtney Tulloch of Great Britain, the top qualifier with the score of 14.66. That has been surpassed twice already in this final. He is the reigning 2-time Commonwealth Games rings champion.
Courtney Tulloch is proving that he can contend with the best of them on still rings. He proved it in the qualification, and he's doing so again now. His dismount should be a full twisting double layout. It is.
Brilliant from Courtney Tulloch of Great Britain. An outstanding display in this World Championship final. He was the top qualifier. The others before said, "You must raise your game." He nodded his head and said, "Right then, I'll raise it." The quality of this rings final, the improvement from qualification that we've seen in many quarters. This, one of the best performances that I think many will be able to remember of Courtney Tulloch's. It was smooth.
And it was beautifully polished, too. The Jonassen right to handstand.
Such a nice level line with the shoulders.
Excellent Maltese. And those 2 iron crosses late in the routine.
Sometimes the dismount has seen him take an adjustment, but not on this occasion. He knew straight away, didn't he? That was high quality.
If memory serves, he had a small hop on his dismount in the qualification round.
Assil leads, then Zoe, then Avatisian. But Courtney Tulloch has gone into 3rd place, 14.733. His execution is up from qualification, and with 2 to go, he's in bronze medal position. And it means that Adam Assil has just won a World Championship medal on the rings. Kamoto Yuya from Japan, 28-year-old who calls Tokyo home. It's just his 2nd World Championships. But way back at the first Youth Olympic Games in Singapore in 2010, he was a silver medalist on the rings. We've seen him re-emerge lately as a top-quality international gymnast. It's been great to see. He was the 6th best performer in qualification with a score of 14.5.
Inverted cross, immediate swing to handstand. And the same swinging element backwards that we saw from Yu Hao. Jonassen cleanly to handstand. And giant double twisting double layout.
Such a welcome re-addition to this Japanese squad, Kamoto Yuya. A team silver medal after taking bronze in 2019. Maybe slightly priced out of the market in terms of this final, but he's given a very fine account of his gymnastics here in Liverpool.
It's been lovely to see him thrive at this World Championships.
.466 for Kamoto Yuya in 7th position. Very credible display nonetheless, very close to qualification too. He's now won at least a silver medal. He tapped the Turkish flag on his chest yet again. Donnell Wittenberg of the United States of America, the last to go, the 8th strongest in qualification with a score of 14.333. He needs a jump of over 4/10 to get onto the podium.
A lovely front swinging sequence directly to Maltese. Planche. Cheered on by his teammates every step of the way.
And so the rings final concludes. Donnell Wittenberg of the United States of America, the last gymnast.
Second Maltese, just a little bit, and then still landing.
He's already twice been a World Championship medalist. A team bronze in 2014 and a vault bronze medal in 2015. Shows extraordinary strength when he opens up the hands. Very few do that with the conviction with which he does.
And his dismount, the double twisting, double layout. Really the hardest dismount that we've seen in this world final on the still rings.
As Donnell Wittenberg managed to get onto the podium, it's 14.433 for him. Six years ago, a 17-year-old Adem Assil, though that was not his name then, told the Egyptian Gymnastics Federation that he wanted to be champion of the world. They laughed. He packed his bags. He left Alexandria to find somebody who believed in him. He found home in Turkey, in one of the tightest knit squads in gymnastics. They welcomed him as a brother, as a friend, as one of the team. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Courtney Tulloch takes the bronze medal. Zor Jingyuan, the silver medalist. But it is the gymnast from Turkey, Adem Assil. He drapes himself in that flag. And just as Turkey, as a nation, has wrapped its arms around him, he finds warmth symbolically in its colours. He is one of their own, and he is their second ever world champion. The classified results in the men's rings final. The bronze medal to Great Britain's Courtney Tulloch, the silver medal to Zor Jingyuan of the People's Republic of China, and the world champion is Adem Assil of Turkey. The action may have come to a close at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool, but we have some victory ceremonies to bring your way. So do hold on for a moment or two longer to enjoy the scenes of celebration in Liverpool.
Right down M&S Bank Arena here in Liverpool. Let's hear it for our gymnasts. What an incredible afternoon it has been. Before we carry on with our medal ceremony, we're going to introduce to you now a voice that you might have heard earlier on. Please give it up for the official voice of the World Gymnastics Championships 2022 here in Liverpool. It's Dixie!
How are you doing? This is my last song. This is Just Move. Let's go. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. People say they'll wait, they never stay. They come, they go. Too slow, they never know, so just look. Girls they come and boys they go, they're always late, don't get my flow. One step, lock step, go high, go low, take down my show and blow out. Flow into the groove. Show me how you move. Don't blame it on the fire. We started the feeling. My heart is believing. I belong, so I. Hey, hey, just move. Hey, 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 just move. Say they'll wait, they never change. They come, they go. Two-step, lock step. Go hard, go home, take all control. Show me what you know into Just
please stay with us. We're just seconds away from our medal ceremony. The medal ceremony for the men's pommel horse final is about to commence. Please welcome our medalists and presentation party into the arena.
The medal ceremony for the men's pommel horse competition at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships in Liverpool.
Presenting the gold medal, Mohammed Yusuf Al-Taba, FIG Executive Committee member. Presenting the silver medal, Yoon Soo Han, Men's Artistic Technical Committee member. And presenting the bronze medal, Helen Odunaya, representing her late husband, who was instrumental in winning the bid to bring these championships to Liverpool. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Armenia, Harutian Madinyan.
7 years after taking the bronze medal at the World Championships in Glasgow, Harutian Madinyan has done it again in the United Kingdom.
In
A
second
38-year-old
place and
still
winner of the silver
in some of the
medal,
best form of his life.
representing Jordan, Ahmed Abu Al-Soud.
Ahmad Abu Al-Soud has just become the first gymnast from Jordan ever to win a medal at the Gymnastics World Championships. Not only that, but he's taken silver. A phenomenal accomplishment.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing Ireland, Rhys McClanagan.
The first ever Irish world champion in artistic gymnastics. It is Rhys McClenaghan, the 23-year-old from County Down, gets his second World Championship medal 3 years after taking third place in Stuttgart. In Liverpool, just across the sea from his homeland. He has taken the greatest prize of all. He is always regarded as one of the favourites. The pressure must have been huge, but he has seemed so calm for the whole week. And he was right to be calm. He was right to be confident. He was right to feel in form. There is the proof. Rhys McClenaghan, champion of the world, joined by Ahmad Abu Al-Soud, a history maker for his nation, and by Haruchun Madinian of Armenia, who just keeps on producing at the highest level. And now the national anthem of Ireland.
Please now stand for the national anthem of Ireland. Please give it up for our World Championship medalist.
For the first time ever, the national anthem of Ireland is played at the World Championships. The medalists in the men's pommel horse competition at Liverpool 2022. We'll continue our celebrations in just a moment. Two more victory ceremonies to bring you, starting with the women's uneven bars. 2 times a world champion on the uneven bars, Beth Tweddle, MBE. Belgium's Nina Derwaal takes the bronze medal at the World Championships, the second time she's done that after achieving that feat in 2017. From strength to strength for Shiley Jones of the United States of America.
Please show your appreciation for our World Championship medalists.
The medalists in the women's uneven bars competition at Liverpool 2022. One more medal ceremony to bring you for the men's rings competition in just a moment.
The medal ceremony for the men's rings final is about to commence. Please welcome our medalists and presentation party into the arena.
The medal ceremony for the men's rings competition here in Liverpool. No matter what the circumstances, ambition and determination will find a way.
Presenting the gold medal, FIG Vice President. Presenting the silver medal, Julio Marcos Felipe, Men's Artistic Gymnastics Technical Committee member. Presenting the bronze medal, Claire McColgan, MBE, Director of Culture, Liverpool. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Courtney Tulloch.
Great Britain's Courtney Tulloch picks up his second medal of these World Championships. He was the first British man ever to make a World Championship rings final. Now he has made it onto the podium.
Representing the People's Republic of China, Su Jingwan.
What complexity, what intricacy from Zhou Jingyuan, and what quality from the Chinese gymnast. He can't just do this on the parallel bars, he does it on the still rings too.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing Turkey, Adem Asil.
The dreams of a young boy from Alexandria fulfilled. Already a long journey, but one that may only just be beginning. Adem Asil, at 23, has proven what he always knew, that he has the heart of a world champion, and now he has the medal to prove it. He had to sit out of international competition for a year before switching his national representation from Egypt to Turkey. But it was all worth it, all worth it. He just shook his head and smiled. What a moment for him to be presented that title by the president of the Turkish Gymnastics Federation as well. And now the national anthem of Turkey.
The national anthem of Turkey.
The medalists in the men's rings competition at the World Championships at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool. He looks like he could stay there all day. The medalists wave goodbye to the crowd on this, the penultimate day of competition. But there is still one more day to come, a second and final day of apparatus competition as the Turkish team jumps for joy. We'll leave you with scenes of jubilation at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool. It's been a great pleasure having your company today. Joining me was Blythe Lawrence. I've been Ollie Hogben saying goodbye, but not farewell. We'll see you for the last day of competition tomorrow.